Alright, so the sound, and hopefully the screen will change. I'm gonna check this thing. The title, everything is alright. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing is, of course, measure with repeat dots. I was preparing myself mentally for this task, and I realized that since I'm using for loops in a way that I'm using them, the best solution would be just manipulating the measure index. That being said, all I need is just stack of measure indexes where the repeat dots are occurring. So I need to go to the page schema in order to find out which property is responsible for that. Yeah, so repeat dots at the start and repeat dots at the end. And this is basically the Boolean value, and of course it's in the scope of the measure, as I believe. Yeah, it should be, it must be. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I need to think about it though. I think it's a third group of variables which are containing measure indexes or something like that, or any sort of indexes. So I'm gonna call it like, and by the way, I also think that I need to learn how to work in more efficient way. Probably I'm gonna learn Vim motions finally in a Sublime. At least I will start here. Maybe it will help me, I'm not sure. The reason why I'm not learning such stuff is because I don't know, it can limit you when you don't have an access to certain toolings. But on the other hand, I'm using the top laptop at the moment, at least in my opinion, and yeah, I'm still relying on something that not necessarily can be all the time, in my space of tools. So anyways, yeah, I think that I need to invest some time in that. At least it will be much cooler, and it would look cooler on the stream as well. So we'll see. Probably, I don't know, I'll try to do such stuff at my spare time. Not quite sure that doing that on stream would be beneficial, but who knows, we'll see. Okay, so the constant that I'm gonna create will tell measure, or how would I call it? So let me think. Let's call it like stack of measure indexes where repeat dots are at the start, and it's just simple array. And now measure params, stuff params. Okay, so we all doing those things, and It's all good. We're going through some interesting things, and here we're entering sort of we're entering stave indexes. So here I would probably, yeah, I would do here something like this, whereas measure params repeat dots mark at the start, I believe. Let me see again. Yeah, and in this case we will add up this measure index. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, I wanna for some reason break it the lines, but for some reason I'm not doing it everywhere. I don't know, let's leave it like this for consistency. Okay, so we've done this interesting thing, and of course I haven't seen that much cases in music scores where like we have nested repeat dots, but on the other hand I don't see other way that would be treated other than like stack. And also I'm thinking I mean, yeah, I'm also thinking like I should handle such cases, and if I would handle them, I would handle them only the way I have in mind, and hopefully I will express it now. So we pushed this thing and we're going through the whole logic, which is alright. And I believe that this is the end of looping through the measure index. Alright. Yeah, because here we're already going through time indexes and stuff, so yeah, and also we're ordering them and etc. So that's right. So what am I gonna do right now? Right now I'll probably go till this thing, I guess, and yeah, let me think. So whenever I see repeat dots at the end, it still means that we need to play all the way down through the staves and voices and etc. So here, and time for progression, and we also need to calculate this thing, of course, I expect. And then if the measure params, right, we see this at the end, then let me think how the pop work. I think it just excludes the latest value, right? Let's say. So if we got this 1, 2, 3, and let's say we do this, yeah, it excludes this thing. And if we, so let's say we got the variable, which is a 2, 3, and then we pop it, then yeah, this thing goes here. Yeah, it's all good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just assign my measure index, which is declared right here, to the variable, which is a stack of measure indexes, blah blah blah. Right, but of course, considering that this stack is not empty, of course, and yeah, that's basically about it. I think it should work. So it's really cool that such feature can be implemented like with few lines. It's always nice. And yeah, let's see. There should be some of the tests that fail, but let's see and find out. All right. Yeah, example 2. Let me see where it actually breaks, because there are some code assigns and etc., but we're not interested in them. We are interested, yeah, this thing, and probably it starts somewhere here. Yeah, this is why, one of the reasons why, beside the tempo of course, why I decided to combine all the measures from different pages. So, and let's see how much it would increase the, yeah, you see it's much larger. It's like yeah, significantly, almost 40 seconds or so. So yeah, let's listen and see if it works. Oh wow, something went wrong. Okay, something went really wrong. Okay, interesting. So we got this measure index, and okay, let me think what could go wrong. So we assigning measure index as some value, and oh right, so if we are assigning this value, then problem occurs that, yeah, we need of course assign, like, of course it might be temporary solution, because I'm not quite sure how I would do the same thing for volta brackets, because I might adapt some conditions here. But for now, if we see that repeat dots mark at the start, then we need to be very careful. We need to okay, so let me think. So we are doing this magnificent thing, and we are of course assigning, yeah, because it will be like I'm quite, yeah, it's weird that it's not infinite loop, but yeah, it's, I don't know. So repeat dots mark at the start, and it means that, should I assign some value to measure params? I'm not quite sure, because I mean, oh, actually, yeah, I'm just parsing and stringifying the same thing, so let me think, let me just, I mean, I'm doing this thing, assigning different parameters to page schema on visual things. Why don't I do this for Midi thing? I think it's because I don't want to spoil the object, and also I would have a lot of failed tests, and to be honest, I can avoid it, and probably I'm gonna fix this thing for visuals, although might be very tricky. But let me just create, I mean, it's quite tricky. Oh, you see, because if we have nested measures, then it would mean that, yes, we repeated inner thing again. But when we going the second time, like, I don't know. Oh my god, it becomes very tricky. Just 1 second. So we're going through inner cycle, and we are repeating all the way through, and we are continuing doing what we were doing. Yeah, I don't think that nested repeat dots make any sense now, because how would you even interpret this thing? Let's say we started with repeat dots, we see new open repeat dots, and we're like, okay, we're gonna repeat this thing, and we are going till the end. We come back, oh, okay, we are going again through this thing, we repeat this thing, and we're going to the end, and that's about it. Seems like this. Okay. So then it means just that, what would it mean? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so let me think. How should I approach this problem? Yeah, I think for those cases we're using like, this is why sine and coda were invented, just in order to kind of like, you know, um, more easily manage those kind of like repetitions. But again, it's just I don't know, I still need to cover those things because they can be written, and yeah, and it would be just amazing to implement, I think. So how do I do this? Measure params. So we are facing repeat dots at the start, then we are kind of like maybe in this particular case we don't need to pop out everything from this stack, and we should rename it. It should be like just measure indexes, and yeah, and then here we just check in. Oh, it's already there, and you know, sorry, but we are not adding this thing again. And if we see this thing, then yeah, but we still need to figure out like which measure index we assign the next, right? It's very hard to have such calculations in mind, or just visualize this in head. So maybe I can just drop some stuff. So let's say we got the repeat dots here and repeat dots at the end, and we have some measures, whatever. Okay, so we are repeating from this moment till this moment. We are assigning some measure index, we're going through, we see the ending repeat nodes, and it means that, okay, we are reassigning to this measure index again, and we go through those measures again. But we must do this just once, right? So yeah, maybe stack does make sense, but then if let's say we are going through, let's say we do have something, some sort of like this thing, and then it means that, so we're repeating, we're going through the measures, we seeing no new thing, we are like, okay, just add it to the stack, we see this again, and we are reassigning to this thing, we're going through again, and yeah, maybe, just maybe, we must have two cases where it's like, okay, we're reassigning this thing, right? And and if we see here that it's already been reassigned, like so we don't actually pop this value here, we just take the latest value, and we are going here, we pop out this thing only here, and we're saying if this thing is already there, we just, you know, we just continue. and that's about it. But the problem then comes that at this stage we see the value that's already here, and yeah, so basically I would say that mm-hmm. Okay, you know what I'm thinking? Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I'm thinking that I need to delete this thing and create a aura object which will contain all the things I need. Probably somewhere here, and I'm gonna call it like repeat dots aura, something like that. And okay, so I already have tempo aura, so probably gonna go here, because to me it seems like everything here is split in time frames, so it's kind of like different group of variables. Repeat dots aura, which is here we need to figure out how I would say it. So basically, when we face the ending, we must know that do we need to go to the measure index, and also we must know the measure index where we need to go to, right? If the measure index already been assigned, then it means we are not assigning it again here, and also, I mean, yes, sort of like. So I would say that we need some value which indicates this, some, how would say, oh god, it's just a bit difficult for me personally to deal with this, but let me think. So we kind of like need to have this array of measure indexes, I guess, but in what way, in what structure? Okay, so probably I need to focus on repeat ending dots. So let's say we're gonna call it current number, or yeah, let's say current, I don't know how would I call it, like the index of the ending repeat dots or something like that. So how many repeat dots at the end before current measure, something like this, which is 0 by default. Then we are going to call this variable, which is measure indexes, where repeat dots are at the start, simple array, and another thing that we need is yeah, I don't think that we need that much more. Because let me tell you, okay, let me tell you. So whenever we face the repeat dots mark at the start and it's true, then we just do this thing and we are not gonna just put the number, we're gonna put the number, which is measure index, and also we are going to attach the variable which will tell that this measure index already been reassigned or something like that. Already been restarted. Yeah, something like this. I think from the context I will understand it, hopefully. And yeah. Okay. And now, here, we are not doing this shit, although we might consider this. So, yeah, we are not doing because we know for sure that, although, yeah, we can do this. So let's say repeat dots aura and this thing. Yeah. Now what we're going to do now, so and also I'm thinking like we need to increase this value whenever we are facing this thing. So but we do it at the end. So repeat dots aura, we just do something like this. And whenever we reassign this thing, we are going to say that it's a 0. Sorry, not 0, but we're gonna decrement this thing. So here, let's say if is more than 0, then we're decreasing this value, right? Or not? Let me think. So we're going through. Okay, so here we're going here. Here, how many? It's 2. Then it means that by the way, why am I calling it at the end? Does it make sense? Yeah, probably it should be. Oops, sorry. Probably it should be called at the start, right? Because we're actually pushing this thing only when repeat dots are occurring at the start. So let's rename it. Okay. All right. But yeah, in this case we need to increase this value, right? Or not? Okay, so which should I consider? So before this it's 0, then it means that it means that I need to go the latest index here. Then it's 1. I need to go 1 before the latest. So maybe it does make sense, actually. Maybe it does make sense. And if we are here, if that's a 0, then I'm just assigning to the latest. We go in here, we are seeing that it's already being reassigned, and here we are seeing, oh, it's a 1. We are going here, we're going through, and we seeing that that this thing already been, I guess, repeated, right? If it's been repeated, we are not kind of like assigning anything. And if we are not assigning, then we are just going through till the end of this. Here we see this again. We are not assigning anything, we go until the end. And here, since we already been here, we're not doing anything here as well. So I guess this is how it should work, right? And of course we need to we need to be sure that we are not repeating one more time anything. And actually this thing is not the thing I want. Do I need to make it an array? Maybe I just measure indexes where repeat dots are the start. Measure indexes mapped. Okay, where repeat dots at the start, mapped with whether they already repeated. Yeah, this thing I like, and I'm gonna create a map. And now measure indexes where repeat dots are the start, mapped with whether they're already been repeated. Okay, so let's say we're gonna go here and we're gonna measure index and we call it as a false, right? So let's say okay, so we either don't have this thing or, I mean, yeah, if it's true then it wouldn't work. Here we just okay, so let me think. Okay, so this thing already exists. If this thing already exists, then I mean, in terms of like yeah, where should I call it then? Should I assign true at the end or at the start? Okay, so if this thing exists, right, meaning that it's not undefined and moreover I think it should be like false. But if it's true then we still don't need that as well. So yeah, it does make sense. We're just assigning it as a true. And measure params, repeat dots, mark at the start. But this thing is true, then we are not entering this thing. And yeah, since it's undefined, we're just assigning it as a false. How many repeat dots at the end before current measure? Yeah, it should be always going back whenever we are repeating things, right? Okay. And yeah. Okay, I believe that this thing goes here. Right? Yeah. Okay, now, unless of course, oh, wait a second. Yeah, I think it goes back, but let's say this thing. We're just doing this. So this thing is undefined or whatever. Yeah, let's call it as a that if this thing is undefined, then we just assigning it as a false. Then we're just doing this thing. Okay, now what we're gonna do now here. So we definitely don't need this thing, I guess. What we need is just oh man, I just realized that if we are not using it as an array, then it means that we are not actually we are not actually doing a good job here. Because this variable had no really usage if we are not using array. So that's been said. What should we do? Okay, so I'm gonna revert it then to the array, apparently. Yeah, this thing, I think I can leave it as is, the name, mirror indexes where maybe just remove the word mapped, because it's not on the same level. Or maybe mapped is a good thing. Okay, now if this thing is an object, then it means, what does it mean? Maybe I'm not using the correct structure for this at all. Okay, so we are going through measures and then we are just trying to store them. Okay. So right now I'm struggling with finding actually I'm thinking maybe maybe I need 3 options instead of having 2. It's like first thing is an array which contains all measure indexes where repeat dot start, and second thing is an object which is mapped with whether certain repeat dots are being applied, and yeah, and then the comma thing which I'm using now, or rather the not comma thing, sorry, what I'm talking about. Yeah, with this thing will tell which how to say index in this or previous variable to use in order to redirect to correct measure index. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think I might have used this strategy. So basically, what we do, we have how many repeat dots at the end before current measure, how many repeat dots at the end are, or okay, measure indexes where repeat dots are at the start, map with whether they already been repeated, and another thing is just simple array which represents the same thing but without mapping. I would even do and put it here. So yeah, and now if this thing, yeah, everything goes the same way, then we are just pushing this measure index here. Now let's go here and say, okay, we got measure parameters, repeat dots at the mark at the end. Then we incrementing this thing, and also and also Yeah, we need to check this thing here. Repeat dots our measure index, and this thing should be, of course, of course it should be in order to have this, it should be false. Then oh, wait a second, it's not gonna work. I need to do one small, I guess, adjustment, which is the following thing. Here, repeat, not this one, but measure indexes, and we need to find the right thing here. How many repeat dots at the end for current measure? So if it, let's say, if it's here, it means 0, then we're just going to get the latest index, which is length -1 and minus this thing. So all right, so length -1 and minus this thing. And if this whole thing is false, then we are telling that measure index should be equal so let's create a variable which is measure index go to if yeah, something like this. If it's not been repeated already. Repeated already, or they already been repeated? Yeah, let's go and rename this thing. Being repeated already. Same goes here. And we are yeah, we are going to assign the whole thing here. We're going to assign this thing here, and if that's false, Then congratulations. We go in here. And yeah. Hopefully it will work. Not quite sure. Okay, of course we don't need this now. I hope so. Okay, let's try again. Oh my god, what's going on? Why you stopped there? I'm just repeated this thing and it's like, what's going on? Does it have repeat dots at the end? No. I mean, does not have anything. Repeat dots mark at the end. I really don't understand what's going on here. Okay, that's going. It's ridiculous. Okay, let me just. Maybe I don't understand something, but. Okay, let me just console log the measure index. Okay, specific example 2. $33. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 18, or I'm a bit confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, it seems like, I don't know, it's a lot of measures. Yeah. 32. Okay, so what does it change here? Oh, wait a second, what's going on? Okay, so this thing is the end. Okay. Dum, dum, dum. Okay. Dum, dum, dum. Okay. All right. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. So something got broken here, I guess, but I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure. Measure index go to if the spin plate already. I don't know. Let's see if we got something here. So yeah, we are entering this thing and we're entering this thing again. Okay. It's a number, and we need to figure out what is this then. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it's a false, and then it's kind of like undefined. Yeah, right. Okay, I believe it's because it's not a string. Okay. Let's just log out the whole thing. It's completely empty. It's completely empty. I mean, that's weird. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, I'm gonna just delete this thing. Let's go here and delete this thing. Yeah, I need to go through this thing one more time, just carefully. So, need some rest though. Alright, so I realized one thing, which is it all looks good, but I'm probably gonna return back to the stack solution, and I will mutate. So I'm gonna delete this thing. Instead of this, I'm just gonna probably I'm gonna create sort of stack variable. I'm not sure where it should be. Should be somewhere here, and it will be stack let's remove this thing. Let's go so yeah, let's remove this thing. Yeah, so this thing, right? I'm going to push the measure index here, and also I'm gonna mutate this thing as a false so that we don't repeat it multiple times. Of course, this behavior will be a bit different, I think, for other elements that cooperate with repeat dots, but for now it's okay. And here we also saying that that this thing will be false, and measure index, we're gonna do something like this: stack pop, and of course it must be like this. Alright, there is something goes wrong with the, I don't know, with something with measure index, so it's, you know, reacts a bit different, but I don't know, we'll see. Yeah. Anyways, let's see how it would work. Example 1. Okay. That's weird, because it should have been yeah, I'm a little bit confused, if I'm being completely honest. Okay. So let's see if it's even working. Or did I call? Oh, I called example 1, although I should have called it example 2, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Yeah, something goes wrong here, and I don't really understand it. And it will be stuck right here. And yeah, let's maybe wait and see. Maybe it will give me some clues. Not quite sure. Not quite sure what's going on here. Okay, in order to understand that everything works as I imagine, let's just log out each time the measure index, right? And see. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 21. Okay, here we go again from 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and all the way down to 54. But yeah, it seems like correct. But if I do this, it should be infinite, right? Or am I crazy? Let's find out. Nothing gets like, or okay. Now let's go here, comment this thing, comment this thing. Okay. 21. Yeah, we see 21 two times. I really don't understand this. How does it work? I mean, repeat dots mark do not accidentally disappear, right? Just weird. Measure index. Okay, let me just do this thing. Okay. Okay, nothing seems working. I really don't understand. Okay, let's start again. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, here we go. True, undefined, and oh, okay, so we are adding measure index one more time, and this is why this is happening. So yeah, so probably need to do something like this. Just 1 second. So yeah, at the end we kind of like adding one more, so it means that we need to also kind of like do something like this, I guess. And yeah, I think that should work. And now I'm gonna get infinite loop. Yeah, okay, now it makes sense. Let's now uncomment those things and hope that it would work out. Alright. Alright, let's see. Okay, at least timing is changed, and I really hope that... I have no clue why it would affect in a very weird way, but yeah, let's listen. Yeah, this thing is still broken, and I'm trying to understand why. So, it's not like we are not going through measure indexes, because we're clearly doing this. Let's say we're going to 20, we're going here again, so it's all good. And here, yeah, as well. All right. So. Do. Time progression. It should be alright. It should be okay. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. So somehow imitating measures, it seems to me, in a way that it prevents something. Not quite sure what. But something it prevents. Okay, so we are in the wrong spot right now. Although, yeah. Okay, I don't think we need this. So basically we added here and some code here. And that's about it. But for some reason it does not work. Okay, I'm not iterating here. Let's see if the measure index somewhere is somewhere else. Yeah. Are we using measure index over here? Not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. But we're definitely using measure index for nodes and stuff, and yeah. Order time frames. Okay, so how does it work? Okay. Measure index. Page line, blah blah blah. Does it force me to adjust measures somehow? I don't know. I thought that the main goal here is just to add time frames to indicate nodes, but apparently that might be not the case. Okay, let me just do this thing. Node time. Well, first of all, I'm gonna log out measure index and node time. And yeah, let's see. Okay, so okay, yeah, there are multiple things here. Okay, so 21, right? Yeah, it's getting repeated. 20, 21 or 20, it's 112 seconds, and 21, and it's around 71 or so seconds. Okay. It's kind of weird that we do have these things, but oh, it's because the measure index. Okay. All right, but I mean, okay, so we have some repetition on this level as well, which is good, but some mysterious reasons it does not work as I want it to be working. Okay, so this is not good. I need to think about what's going on here and why. I'm just getting some pauses or something, which is, I don't know, weird. So I assume that probably from some point of time it will continue, but I'm not like quite sure. Voice time. I don't think that there is something wrong with those time or with time progression. Alright, so I think that this happening simply because yeah, I realized that. Okay, now I understand why this is happening, because we attaching time, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, we're attaching time to the nodes, and of course the second time we repeat this thing, the time for the nodes will be updated. So what does it mean? It means that we cannot easily, switch the measure indexes. We need to copy somehow all the measure parameters and just deal with that. So yeah, kind of like this is what's going on. Although we can combine those things like yeah, we kind of like can combine those things. I'm just thinking maybe we can just start from here, and it would probably work out quite well because we're going through the measure parameters, and it should work. I'm just curious, how do I combine pages and where this thing is happening? So let me think. So where I'm calling this MIDI function, I'm calling this here, let's say, and yeah, I'm just pushing the measure parameters like yeah, but I know that they are different from different pages, but here it's a different story, of course. I even copy paste those things right here, although I think it should be, I mean, it's okay if I get the responsibility right here. And yeah, what I would say is that I would do the same thing here. Yeah, I think it will simplify everything, and moreover, if I'm gonna copy the measures, right, like do the strategy of pushing measures that needs to be repeated instead of reassigning measure index, I think it still would be done in a way that I need to copy those measures, right? Because the nodes are the same and the time will, change. And I even think right now, if I would have done by copying measures, I would be more confused to find this specific error. But yeah, let's combine copying and reassigning measure indexes rather. And in that case, it would work. Eventually I will create a function for this, so it will be all good. There are of course different ways to copy objects, but I think this is one of the most easiest and quite effective ways to do that, considering that, yeah, in my case there are definitely no self-linked, like cross, how to say, like cyclic dependencies or something like that, so it's all good here. So let's see. Oh wow, that takes a lot of time, and I guess something goes wrong. Oh wow, okay. Something definitely goes wrong. Okay, let me try again to see what's the difference. Okay, so just by adding this thing, I'm completely slowing down the... Okay, that's interesting. So let me just log out this thing and see what's going on. Okay, closing, stave params, voice params. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I think it's time for my favorite function, which is called print. Right, and let's print this thing. Okay, so it doesn't seem to me, maybe something goes wrong with the types, you know what I'm thinking, like oh, wait a second, the problem is also with the types, I guess, or maybe not, I'm not quite sure. Okay, so yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. So even if we updated something right here, we cannot update it something right here because we're using this thing. Although maybe, just I'm saying, yeah, I'm not using anywhere else beside this, and yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. But something goes wrong, right? I mean, okay, let me just do this thing. And let me just copy this thing here. I'm probably just let's go. Yeah, let's call this thing assert strict equal or strict deep equal, I guess, and see what's going on. So is not a function. Okay, so how it was called? Deep strict equal, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. So what's going on here? Line index. Also there is a time. Okay, actual expected. Okay. Oh, right, because there is no such thing as undefined. This is one thing, but also like also not seeing duration, although here it is. Why do I have duration in the first place? I mean, I'm just trying to copy the initial measure parameters. I don't understand. I do not understand this at all. Anyways, and also I have time, but like, I mean, come on. Okay, wait a second. Where do I use this thing? Okay, so yeah, apparently I'm modifying this thing. Okay, so yeah, that's not good. Okay. Attach safe indexes. Yeah. And also, of course, I'm pretty sure that yeah. Okay. Alright. So what should I do here then? How do I go about this thing? I don't think that I need to use this variable anywhere else. So okay, like this thing, of course, it's all good. JSON parse, JSON stringify, and yeah. And now I need to think about certain things, and the certain thing is that I need to use measure index blah blah blah. Okay, so what do I need to use is measure params instead for this node, and it will be good, right? And this is the last place where it's been used. Measures. Okay, measure index after Yeah. Okay. So apparently this thing also needs to be copied. Yeah, it's gonna slow down everything, but I'm not quite sure by what margin. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, so okay, so I'm gonna create measures params, which is I think this thing, and here I'm just gonna remove this thing, right? And I'm gonna use this thing right here. And I need to hope that it will work out. Although it might not, because let me see. Yeah, I'm just yeah. Yeah, it should work, I think. Okay. Let's just see. Oh my god. It takes forever. It just takes forever, maybe for specific reasons. Okay, I'm gonna experiment like if only this thing, and let's see where things go wrong. Okay, so this thing apparently is not that affecting anything. Well, actually it took quite a while, because if I remember correctly, then if we don't do this thing, if we do this thing, it's almost for naked eye it's almost the same. Okay, so this thing affects everything quite heavily in terms of like, yeah, there is a certain thing that this thing affects, and I think like not in a positive way. Not in a positive way. Okay. Yeah, it takes forever. But we should not have anything like timings or whatever. Okay, so let me just go straight. Yeah, go straight and insert deep strict equal, and yeah, I'm just gonna go here. Let's say measures params this thing. Gonna go here and let's see how different they are. Okay, so basically there are nothing's going on here. Maybe we should go before and say like oh wait a second, or maybe not. Okay, so let's add this thing here. Not quite sure why it can be important. Okay. Apparently nothing is clear to me. Okay, maybe we should put it right before this. Yeah, doesn't seem to fail. Okay, so for some reason this thing takes forever, or there is some sort of sick behavior which I'm not seeing. Yeah. To measure index, whatever. Yeah. Okay, let's go here. Maybe we can delete this thing. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Measures. Oh, of course, now I understand what's going on. Of course, of course, of course. Since we kind of like copying this whole thing, and by the way, I'm not quite sure that now we need to copy this thing. Seems like just can do this. Or wait a second. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay, now I see the problem. Because yeah, simply because those things each time are the same as this one. So how gonna we do this thing? So we are going to say okay, so okay, so measure indexes where so we even don't need to change this thing, and like here we also don't need to change anything. Seems like measure indexes where measure indexes where repeat dots are no longer in measures are no longer valid, right? And it will be sort of this thing, and I'm gonna do something like this, like measure, or rather, like, yeah, I'm gonna do something like this, measure index equals true, and I'm gonna probably do this thing here as well, I guess. Not quite sure. Not quite sure, but I need to think, because I'm coming back to the initial problem. But yeah, I think if it works, it should work here as well, I guess. And yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, but this thing would not work because yeah, we need to separate those things. So measure indexes where repeat dots start at the end of measure. Measures and at the end of measure. Or how, wait a second, how it's, yeah, at the start of measures and at the end of measures are no longer valid. Yeah, okay. So in this case, in this measure index, we're just saying that, you know what, it's no longer valid. And here the same goes. Dots. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. It's not defined. Is not defined. Okay. Let's see how it works. Okay. I hope it works quite well. so it seems like it's working. The only concern that I still have is yeah, those things are not that obvious, but yeah, they're kind of like optimal and it seems like working. Do I need to add some tests? Of course I need to add some more tests on this thing because it requires quite good testing. And yeah, and also I'm copying the measures, which is also I suppose quite important as this thing as well. So yeah. And let's run. Yeah, let me just restart the unison. Let me run all the tests to see how much it would cost for the speed. I mean, it still takes 2 seconds, which is not that bad, and I think yeah, I think I have one of this test and that's about it. Oh, right. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, there are a lot of tons of things going on here. But yeah, let's add some more tests to see that this thing actually works. And then probably I will read more about coda and sign and repeat notes in order to consider all the edge cases that might happen, as well as for volta brackets. I'm pretty sure that it will modify the way I'm treating repeat dots right now. But yeah. I'm just gonna reorder those. Yeah, I probably will start with RPG-gated cohorts. Then I will go to the... Since they're quite similar, I'm gonna go to the ornaments. What else? Yeah, I think I will start with articulations in order to understand the effects in MIDI, stuff like that. The same goes for tremulous. The same goes for tremulous goes for ghost units. Then I'll go for microtones, and I'll finish with pedal marks as always and slurs. So yeah, that seems like a logical plan to me. Of course, grace notes, I mean, they're always at the top, which I will always need to consider. Yeah. And actually, of course, there are... I've been deleting many things what I've done before, but of course, I'm not sure like how many things I already have done. But of course, those are not all the things that I've done for Midi Export. But anyways, yeah, there is a huge path in front of me, but who gonna make those steps instead of me? Nobody. So yeah, I need to work my way through, and I will start with tests. Okay, so I'm gonna call it repeat.1.txt. Let's start with simple example where, let me open the editor by the way. So measure with repeat sign at the start. Yeah. Let's go for this thing. Okay. Yeah, let's go put it here. I don't really need third measure. Okay, so let me just copy this thing here and let's go. npm run test audio create repeat dots 1 npm run test audio specific repeat dots 1 repeat dots 1. Okay, let's listen. I'm not using like double bar lines because it's not the point right now, so yeah, I forgot to increase this. Let's recreate. Okie dokie. Was it 4 times? Wait a second. Okay, now repeat dots 2. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do okay, so probably I'm gonna put in the middle, so let's say it's a quarter. It's a quarter here, and we are going to add this thing like this. Okay. And in order to have more or less cute, yeah, let's even do this thing. Let's call it new line, not new line, but maybe we can change the font size. Let's say to 6 or something. Maybe to 7. No, 7 is already too big. 6.5. Yeah, seems like it's good. Okay, let's do this. Repeat dots 2. Repeat dots 2. Alright, my man. Let's see how it works. Okay, now I realized the bug actually, which is basically so basically when we repeating from this thing like to this thing, do. So we need to repeat this thing one more time, right? Because it's kind of like inside of this double thing. So we go here, we repeat this one more time, we finish. We go again here, we repeat again, and we finish. So I need to figure out an algorithm, of course, which tells me. So right now I'm just assigning all the things, which is, so I gotta have some scopes. I gotta assign some scopes, which is, how do I do this thing? It's not that trivial how to do this thing, but I need to figure out the way. So right now I'm just assigning that it's not needed, this not needed, but this actually needed in terms of current scope. So the trickiest solution that I can come up with is de-evaluate this thing as by like measure index, or not the measure index, but the index which I'm using in that variable, in that stack variable, right? So yeah. I mean, but again, the first time when I'm going through, I need to de-evaluate this thing, and yeah, I just need to assign some scope to this thing, I suppose. And how am I gonna do this? So measure indexes where repeat those at the start of measures are no longer valid. Okay, so so but how do I get the scope ID or something like that right here? I don't know. Probably I just can decide on the scope by this variable, I think. And yeah, I guess so. Although I'm not quite sure. So we repeat here, we go here. So we are removing that thing, but then when we are at second time we see this, we need to push this thing one more time. I think we need to push this thing, but not all this when we got the scope, I guess. When we got the scope. And how do we get the scope? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. So we playing from this. We're repeating this only once, of course. Yeah, this solution works, and we ending here. Then we repeat, and we need to go through this thing one more time. But how do I distinguish? I need to distinguish those two cases. Here I know that in an inner scope, and therefore I don't need to repeat one more time. Let's say bum, bum. So I need to come up with the okay, so I need to have some variable which responsible for the scope and which will tell me whenever I need to add this thing or not. Right now for this kind of like scope there is this variables, so yeah. But it's not that easy. That's not that easy. And even if I add this scope thing, how do I decide that this is the correct scope? Because this tag will be less and less, well, will contain less and less information. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is one of those moments where I need to kind of like relax and think about Bum, 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 ba, ba, bum. Dum, da, 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 dum, 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 da, 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 dum. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know what to do. Okay, we got this variable measure indexes where repeat dots at the end of measures are no longer valid. Alright, this is kind of like bold name for this this logic, but it made sense when I created. But then I realized that actually those measures are valid, so probably are no longer valid in current scope. Although the scope also is quite a weird name, but yeah. So maybe I need to create this. Maybe I can somehow work with this stack. Maybe. So, okay. So the scope thing, I was thinking about scoping, but I got a better idea. So, right. So I'm trying to maybe I need to use arrays instead of objects here and here. And so, and here we're just gonna probably just gonna push this variable here, and we are going to push this thing here. And right here, if let's say index of this thing is not equal -1, we can even separate this thing like into the variable, which is index of measure index in this thing. Which is basically this thing. So yeah. So, and if this thing is not -1, then we're assigning it to the false, but it also means that we need to go through let's say just index of measure index, which is equal to 0, or sorry, equals this thing, then index of measure index less than this length, I guess, and index of measure index plus. Okay, and then we are just we are going to assign it as a false, right? Or rather, we are going to actually, yeah, I think we can just copy this and splice it from that index, I suppose. Yeah, hopefully it will work. And yeah, and then for like future iterations we can go there as well. So it's gonna work like a switcher, I guess. So yeah, and here I think it'll be the same, like index of measure index in, gonna copy this thing this time, which is index of measure index, and if this thing is not -1, then we're going to do this thing, and yeah, and then I'm gonna splice it, or sorry, no, I'm gonna splice it from here. And yeah. So yeah, let's see how it would work. Repeat dots 2. Okay. No errors at least, but yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's gonna work. Yeah, I think there is an error. Just 1 second. Yeah, yeah, I think, of course, yeah, I need to splice from the next index to this one. And yeah, and the same goes here, I guess, right? So yeah, yeah, I'm separating the index for start to end because there might be some collisions when we got just one measure with repeat dots at the end and at the start. So yeah, I'm gonna create another test for that as well, but let's first see how it works here. Okay, let's restart the page. Let's go. Yeah, I don't see the major difference in this. This might be not a good sign at all. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not gonna, or maybe, I don't know, it's not gonna work. Okay, so. Okay. So we are finishing here. Seems like we're redirecting to the wrong measure. I don't know. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Okay, just a second. Anyways, so yeah, something isn't working quite well as I imagined. Index of measure index. Then we're splicing them up. Okay, so let me just console log out those things. So 0. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I think I understand what's going on. Pum pum pum. Okay, yeah. Although, dum 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 dum. I mean, so okay, so let me think. So okay, let me just listen. Maybe. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that's weird. That's a little bit weird. So I think that um, so we're finishing here, and then for some reason we're going not here but here again. So I don't know why. What actually is going on here? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. So we add it to the stack, release this stack, then we release this one, and we need to go here again. Then we are, since we updated the information, we adding stack here, and we're releasing one more time. Then we go right back to it. So yeah, okay, let me think. Okay, so it's tough. It's very tough. If for some reason I'm going here, I don't know. So if I'm going there, it means only one thing, that it means that for some reason this thing is okay, so let me just log out each time what's going on here. Right, so let's see. Okay, so it's do I use somewhere else console log just to avoid? Yeah, okay, so it's 0 1 0 and 1, and then it goes 0 and then it goes 1. Alright, but why doesn't it adds up? I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, to me it seems like we are... Okay, to me it seems like we are hitting this and this goes well, but this doesn't. So how it's working right now, I think. We're going through as usual, and then... Or rather no, we're repeating this thing, and when all of a sudden we go to the first... to the first measure, I guess. Although this is not right approach. 0 1. Okay, that's weird. I need to think about it. So it means that we are not hitting this thing. Okay, so let me remove this thing and let me go and log out measure index. So 0 1 2 0 1 2 1 2 1 2, and then we go back to 0, which is not correct. We should go to the 3. We should go to the 3, but we are not going there. Why are we going there? We immediately go to the 0. Pum 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 pum. Okay. So right after this, I mean, we should have okay, so let me just now do this thing. Okay. 0, 1, 2. So at first we have empty array or stack. Right after this we got 0, then 0, 1. Then we got 0. We got 0. Okay, but why? We should edit and then why are we going to 0? I don't understand. So measure index. Why are we going there? Okay, so let me just maybe go to the measure index and let me just, I don't know, comment this thing. Two, two, two. What's going on? 0, 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. But that's not correct. I mean, like, it seems like we're not doing a good job here. Okay, let me just log out here the measure index and this thing. Okay. Okay, so 0, 1, 2. 1, 2, it's everything minus 1, and then we got I mean, why are we doing this? It's a bit weird to me. Let's comment this thing. If we got the repeat dots mark at the end, and if this thing is more than 0, I mean, it should work more correctly, right? Okay. No. Doesn't change even anything, so I don't know. Yeah, it does not change anything. Okay. So this thing is broken, it seems like. Seems like it's broken. Yeah, because okay, so I think I know what's going on. Okay, so for some reason, yeah, I think I understood what's going on. This logic needs to be done, of course, otherwise we're just gonna accidentally destroy everything. But we need to push this thing before then popping out something else. And in order to achieve the consistency, I think I need also let me think. Yeah, I'm pushing, and yeah, it's alright because I'm not changing their measure index, I'm changing it only here. So let's hope that a right assumption from me. Yeah, it seems like it is 36. Okay, let's go. Okay, wait a second. Okay, I lost a bit focus, so let's hear again. Alright, something went wrong again. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let me think about node 0 1 0 1 2 3 splice 0, 1. That's what I want to do, right? Or not? It's right or it's not right? That's the question. Okay, it's messed up. And what's gonna happen if I... Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I'm not quite sure that I wanna try. Okay, need to test it. Alright, so I'll probably continue tomorrow or a bit later.